Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story that's already begun. We're already at a crossroads. Choosing a path in life is that fork in the road where you make a choice or simply stop living. But for you, it's not only a crossroad, but a choice. A reflection of your key, the primal energy that flows through everything.
Let me introduce myself. I'm the light and bright side of you, or your inner voice to be precise. An echo of balance and consequence of your actions as you move forward.
Seems more like you're being light-headed if you ask me, but you'll come around, eventually.
But what comes around goes all the way back around. So, it's better to stick to your instincts. You can't fight what's in your nature.
In your nature, and here I was hoping we'd be all about natural selection, survival of the strongest, and so forth. If that's not instinct, then I don't know what is.
Ha! Natural selection is all about evolution and progress, and as soon as there's enough light, darkness will disappear.
Right is always right. Stories of death and the bodies left behind. A reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family? Or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger. For it. This is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the tree of life started to die. Your energy is empty. The oil sludges everywhere. To most, it only means death. But some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways. Look, an emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. That pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa. It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The morks produce biomatter in their multi-organ that they shed under distress. Blobs that affect the cellular coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you. Oh. You have a good eye for that. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks travelled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. There are few records of the chain of events that led to the big apocalypse eons ago, but it's clear the world wasn't prepared for how recklessly the Toxanol Corporation would make its mark on the world. Their rare earth mining and nuclear industries generated tons of waste, and without consideration for the future, they dumped it all in landfills until they ran out of space. That's when they made the big mistake. They began dumping the toxic waste in the surf just off the coast instead, assuming that it would sink and decay with time. And they were right, but no one was prepared for what was about to unfold. Once in the surf, the radiation interfered with the genetics of the wildlife and created bizarre mutations in their offspring. It had an inconceivable impact on biodiversity and the entire ecosystem. The world as they knew it crumbled as nature retaliated. It would never be the same again, and what remained of it became ours. The sound of spark metal going pew-pew is never a good thing. It's coming from behind that door. A warning label. The box looks like a potential brain melt. It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There you go. The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. You've got nothing left. That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives.
Loma Tuaha, Gabobe Farhi.
He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out why.
Le Yayato Nuekek Ujbar no Barke.
He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up.
Beboko Contabe.
He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed.
Le Yayato Koyevun Tuvun Bunun.
There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true.
Honto Kontue Pon Yevun Goja.
The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad.
Kobwa Yake Miami.
The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark, a facial scar to remember the past.
Yeah, Savoita Mua.
How Lupa Lupin somehow left you alive after his raid on the old village. He must have had a purpose with that. The question is, what?
Evunkutu Buvum Mopu Far Kobi.
There's no doubt you're the child, and that what Lupa Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end.
Loma Utulu Ba Yuwo.
He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back, but he's grateful you have. It was after the attack that the unity fell apart. Your Muma's disciples divided and formed tribes as a reaction to the blight that had fallen upon the land.
Toledrea ya Maoloa. Loma Utulu. Ba Yungo.
The impending threat of the World Eaters bringing down the Tree of Life is ever so close. He also worries about the Jagni tribe that's actively working for a doomsday and purging of the world.
Shintuata motihuasa ba luotulua.
Had it not been for the Tree of Life, no one would have survived. He hopes you at least remember the tree. Asks if you were tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if your Mooma knows you are here. Sounds like he thinks she does, despite your heart growing dark. There's nothing as powerful as a Mooma's love.
Yeah, well.
He understands why you came all the way out here, to see them, the potato people.
Bid, chud, better bid.
The potato people, or Nono, are a wonder, somehow interlinked with this little tree here fueling its source of life. You might be right. Like potatoes, they're packed with energy, an excellent source of ki. The Nono prefer to hide in glitter grass. He says you should get over there and ruffle it. See if you can make one come out of hiding. The Nono's ki energy is just what the Pensai needs to complete its cycle and grow into a tree of life.
Bid, chud, better bid.
The small tree you saw up there where you met will eventually grow into a tree of life and start giving back to nature. It'll be the heart of the land. You'll need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the Nono as they become one with the tree. You'll need a net to catch the Nono, and he wants you to use his, but asks you to be gentle. The Nono are sensitive beings, an embodiment of ki, the primal energy. You handle that net like you've never done anything else. He's impressed. He's grateful for all the help he can get. There's lots of Nono out there that need to be guided to the roots of the Pensai tree. They're hiding in the glitter grass that mostly grows deep inside damp caves, where they draw mineral from the natural rock. One day, he hopes the tree will have grown tall enough to sustain the world. But Today, your focus is getting this one to become one with the tree. Now that you've seen the Nonno's connection with the tree with your own eyes, you have no reason to doubt. From this day on, he'll make nurturing the Pensai into a tree of life, a life goal, not only for our village's sake, but for all of us, everyone. One day, the land won't be as peaceful. Not even your Mooma will be able to protect us. You can already see the effects from how reckless those before us acted, and unless something changes, we're doomed. The land won't survive the side effects of the old world's industrial advances. He says you'd better hurry back to the village before your Mooma comes looking for you. You did good here today. No, she's got lots on her mind and needs rest after the raid last night on the Lupin camp with her disciples. Wonders if they let the Predator family live or not. He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a trail you can follow. He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the Tree of Life, but now he's afraid it might be in vain. The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't long after that that the World Eaters arrived. The genetic evolution that occurred after the apocalypse that Toxinol Corporation inflicted on the land set the World Eater's DNA into overdrive. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the Merc Puff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the Northwest Route. Nocco has tamed the Midget and is preparing to take on the Hoof Puff at the end of the East Route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Googlide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porky Puff at the end of the route to the southeast. Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. There's one at the end of each route. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friends aren't strong enough to end this on their own. He wants you to understand that you'll all die if the tree isn't saved. His friends have prepared something specific for each World Eater. The Mekton, the Octopod, the Majute, and the Googlide are almost ready to ride. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. You're getting the hang of it. quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, it can't endure the environmental change and assault from the World Eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged. Must be the World Eater that chewed off Out-of-Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. The World Eaters have made their marks on our world over time. That's not the first nor the last village it'll leave in its wake. Look, a survivor. Glad to see someone made it out alive. He's heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the World Eaters to other enclaves, but never expected one to come all the way here. He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life survives the attack. He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart. Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions you'll be judged, not by your intentions. He's grateful for that. You still seem to have a spark of light in you.
Ah! That's a spark of light in you!
What's there to like about light? It hurts to look at.
Not as much as it hurts to look at you.
Always making this personal.
And you're always trying to pretend it's not.
There's Out of Date again. He must have missed something important.
Loa tolu tom koyetu koreboy.
Out of Date says you will make a better stand against the World Eaters with the support of a tribe, and there are two nearby.
Valu alo hero.
The Myriad tribe is likely to be a good match as they act on the understanding of the greater good and have a code of honor.
Tolu mawawanya koyetu koreboy.
Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy, as the conflict between the tribes is worse than ever, teetering on the brink of war. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same. The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction: to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world and want to let the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way.
Tolu keta ya wawanaway.
Out of Date says someone needs to break the stalemate and shift the balance of power to either Jagni's or Myriad's side.
Kantita duela bofo e baso do bubu du koye.
He believes the tribe's Sifus, Myriad especially, will listen to you and expects you to pay at least one of them a visit and play your part.
Papa mofubak.
Myriad is convinced that defeating the World Eaters is the only way the world can be saved, but they've been forced to focus on their rivalry with the Jagni tribe.
Ya, sawata mua daimis.
Out of Date will be waiting for you beneath the Tree of Life if you lose track of what you need to do.
Ewe bobuye.
Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. This area was beautiful before the tribe war began. Look at it now. It's a war zone. That's the Myriad tribe's fortress. Will they be friends or foe? You should head up there. That way you'll know. Let's see. It's a beaten path to that door. If you go there, you'd better make an entrance. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war.
The
Sifu is mindful of his time, but thinks you'll just have to find out for yourself if he's willing to spend some of it on you.
Sibi? Lappanen aginkanman. Karatna fal hutut mustugai la wute.
The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace. The Sifu is convinced that defeating the World Eaters and saving the Tree of Life is the only way to make the world a better place. He welcomes you to the Myriad Fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu. But he was hoping you'd show up. The news of a vigilante Ronin on crusade crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 has preceded you. The wall that separates them from the other side? The wasteland you came from? He guesses the time spent there just left a blank space in your memory, as empty and barren as the wasteland itself. He's convinced you've returned for a reason, and is glad you chose to come here. There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted. The Sifu says sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though she taught him a lot. He was one of the original Wang Fu disciples. There were 6 of them, but the unity fell apart after Lupa Lupin attacked the old village. Soon after, they formed new tribes based on their own values, and when the Blight started, the animosity escalated to war. The Sifu says it's time to set the past aside, at least for now. Unrest is sweeping the land, and there are rivals in all directions. Myriad wants unity between the tribes. Their goal is understanding of the greater good and establishing a code of honor. If you believe there's some good in everyone, there's still hope for tomorrow. You'll unite the tribes and defeat the World Eaters to save the Tree of Life. He was hoping you'd join them. You understand that there's no harm in doing good to others. The Sifu was waiting for something to tip the balance in their favor, and with you by their side, he's confident you can unite the other tribes. The one you should coerce first is the Jagni tribe. The Jagni tribe may believe that fear and hatred will lead them to domination. A vanquisition of the tribes and destruction of the Tree of Life won't be the restart they want. It's just an end to everything. Their kin have run out of options and found themselves backed into a corner. Even those who desire peace have been forced to prepare for war. They might bring them war, but they'll never take away their inner peace. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. You both have gentle minds, so they want to wage a gentle war. A war that bonds as much as it breaks. Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield the tribe weapon. Once you've dealt with the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu to unite their tribe with yours and let your kin share land again. They passed the point of no return as their words lost power and see no other way forward than using violence to combat violence.
Karap la wute.
Seeing you brings back his memories of the old village.
Britta roplach.
Myriad wants unity between the tribes. Their goal is understanding of the greater good and establishing a code of honor.
Galafona. Trigenkin alet ba?
He remembers your kind and unselfish soul and can sense you still have it in you, the will to do good.
Papa mos.
Anyway, the memories you make with your family are strong and can sometimes come to life. Passing the old village on your way to the first rival outpost might help.
Galen denken of wotnea. Wapala misa.
Even though it's now a different place from a different time, it is a place that'll make you remember. Beware, that's a monk up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution. The wonky ones, deformed and unfurled. Kaboom! fresh air has done you good. Time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past, like whispers in the wind. Here's someone who takes each day as it comes. He asks how you are today. Goop says he always does better whenever he leaves failure behind. He's happy his good mood is infectious. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming technique. He understands Wang Fu is hard. That's why your Muma only has 6 disciples. Doing just one thing helps you get more done in less time. He thinks you should really know how to swim by now. Knowing how to swim won't solve life's hard problems, but at least one of them won't be drowning. He says that wasn't too bad, was it? At least you learned that you'll drown if you don't swim. But you need practice. Lots of practice. Great things usually happen to those who never stop trying. He hopes you'll be one of them. You just need more time in the surf. That's the only way you'll ever learn how to swim. You can never try too hard. Judging by your Muma's look, it seems you forgot something. You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go. You know you can't make up for lost time. You should know, practice makes perfect. You have to keep working on it if you want to be good at it. She'll see you at the village square. She'll be waiting for you. There will be a surprise for you at the end, too. Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind. Asks how you're feeling today. His only interest when creating is that what he comes up with is actually useful. He was hoping you could help him pick up some scrap for a thingamajig he's working on. He's happy to hear that from someone that's a part of the coming generation. You owe it to yourself to protect the environment. You should look for things that are recyclable. It shouldn't take you too long to find some. He wonders what usefulness you found. Sometimes he's an expert, but sometimes he just does what's right. He can work wonders with almost anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. That's the spirit. You can't make a difference unless you get your hands dirty. He'd love to teach you to upcycle, and the scrap you found would be a good start. You did well, but he can't help but wonder why you decided to craft a weapon. He appreciates those able to deliver a sharp remark. He understands, but hopes you won't be needing it anytime soon. He thinks mastering the 6 weapon styles of Wang Fu is more than enough for anyone. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this. It looks like she's starting to lose her patience. You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square right away. Then you've got a good excuse. You share a responsibility to prevent hardship on nature and the environment. It's your future. She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really need to find yourself before she's gone. That's all she's ever asked of you, that you'll try and give it your best. You can't do more than that. You've always followed your own path, but this time she needs you to follow her. She wants you to understand that whatever path you choose in life, you must stay true to yourself. They look determined. Better watch out. He asks you to stop right there and wonders where you think you're going. He says that it's not too late for you to turn back, though. There's no way they'll let you pass.
Mali arunu matua.
He wants to know who you think you are.
Mali arunu matua.
You'll have to face pain at some point. He offers to help you get it over with. She asks if you're hurt. What happened? If confidence is silent and insecurity is loud, she thinks you're absolutely right. The most important thing is that you're okay. It's time to focus on your training now. She said it before. Wang Fu will keep your body in good health, and that's how you keep your mind strong and clear. Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best.
Como uno shalafi lema.
Seeing you always puts a smile on your Popsy's face. He wants to know how you're feeling.
Son,
He heard you helped Gizmo clean up. He's proud of you.
Papa Zulu Tomazakula imapela.
He asks if you could help him too before you leave for training.
Inmo vaksaus intabadan.
He wishes that was true for your Moomer too, but guiding the village into the future and teaching Wang Fu to her disciples seems more important for every day.
Inmo.
He suggests you get going and find him gadgets and ideas for how you can upcycle some old fabrics.
Padam wakomo nash vaya.
He's curious to see what you've found.
Khalifav Cairo.
He's all for renewal and has even considered making the trip out into the wilds to look for a bionucleus pool and refresh his DNA.
Khalifav Cairo. Kaffee.
He can work wonders with pretty much anything and asks if you know how to upcycle.
Intabadanj. Amanka. Yamafore dome dachunka.
Says at least dirty hands are proof that you tried, and that counts. That you failed this time doesn't mean you can't succeed the next.
Mustakabala no kondunash.
He says it's about time you learned how and offers to teach you, starting with the scrap you found.
Okei, badayan analove.
The style might be too edgy for his taste, but it looks sharp on you.
Mansela fat.
He knows she's already proud of you and everything you've achieved so far.
Badan udidimada bulshada.
You should take it with you, wear it to practice.
Leichak.
He's sure your Muma will forgive you for not wearing the traditional outfit.
Hose eskuku Johanna.
He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this.
Monibasa.
Your Muma says it's about time you got here.
Anora kapapum.
Hopes you're as ready as you claim to be.
Katjekto polupta. Drobalu.
She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left before the sun goes down.
Drobalu. Ansonbara.
But there's enough time left for repetition, and you need it. Training dummies don't hit back.
Kodotuku.
Wants you to prove that with some practice first.
Can't see.
Your Muma says you did well today. She's so proud of you.
Kodotuku.
Thanks you for being such a good student.
Can't see. Bala.
Been working on a present for you, with the help of Gizmo and Wiz.
Asil natu. Domalektuk.
You should go see him and find out what it is. You've deserved it.
Gendrana mala.
Says he's always thought so well of you, just like her. Catchy.
Yo no massa man barut.
Your Muma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this little thing. It's wonderful.
Gendrana mala.
Figuring that out is half the fun.
Kanamunt. Antoro.
A piece of Scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech that makes it a potent communication device.
Katjekto polupta.
It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It'll follow wherever you go and see whatever you see.
Vaiseno kasa man barut.
Says it's not a record keeper, more like a companion.
Ferena masalapu.
Your Muma says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
Katjekto polupta.
Says a good rest makes you ready for tomorrow. Rest, and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Lord from setting the world on fire.
Antoro. Can't see.
Your Muma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. That's just adding fuel to the flames. Give it a last burst and you'll make it. Your Muma says this is it. The time has come. She must fight Lupa Lupin. This time there's no escape. She can hear him coming.
Dere?
He wants to destroy her. The time to fight is coming, whether she's ready for it or not.
Yo no massa man varut. Kialdo male canoro tuno.
Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was chosen to lead.
Can't see.
She tells you to stay back. This is her fight. It has nothing to do with you. History has finally caught up with her.
Tate ko baba sakting.
Exactly what she wants you to do. Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. You must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Muma says you can make it if you believe in it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow. Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory. As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on. tribe's caught a fluffy Hulk. Better watch out, it's no pet. Your key energy is too low.
Deputano, Brick
You gave them no choice but to take it down, even though they'd planned to take the Fluff Hulk out to the far Fnacky Leaves and let it go. They've received news a Ronin had strengthened their ranks and were looking forward to meeting you. A group of myriad crusaders already headed out to Jagni's Mercadorpus outpost and are waiting for you there. You should hurry there and help them best the outpost. Not really. It's west of Bricktown. You can spot Gizmo's chug yard from the hill it resides on. Toxanol was something called a corporate juggernaut, and our world still bears the marks of the massive ecological catastrophes they inflicted upon the land. The apocalypse they caused was the end of days for their world. But for us, it was simply a beginning. Look, an emergency box from the... Wow, bet that nut makes a tight fist. Night falls like a giant around here. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? key energy is all used up. You can make something. You're cut off from the world above. That notice board, filled with the leftovers of used-to-be wants. You're getting close to one of those old Toxanol brick towns. Pay attention. The Toxanol Corporation made this place, and then just threw it away when they were done with it. Toxanol never cared about the waste, as long as they didn't have to pay to clean it up. There must be a track somewhere in this brick town. Just hope it's not buried. You found the whereabouts, the deepest, darkest forest in the land. Sometimes hard to see for all the trees. Not enough key energy. Upshot. That's a Jagni tribe outpost.
Så at sige, for at sige.
Says your follower's a roughed-up piece of scrap. It's a miracle it's still functioning.
Lavador eller matzo piso så.
Understands completely. Let's see.
Libuma limana uhati oi.
Says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to the rival captain.
Yafatola mayu bikodo libu muyuna li.
If you can, you should try to convince the captain to give up the outpost and join your cause.
Voichevon plastivo.
They're ready to enter the outpost when you are.
That's all molaha.
Every step you take towards your end goal will bring you closer to a better world. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. Back in the spot, wrecked it. Twirly wheel works that drain pipe. Spin the twirly wheel and open that drain. Everything's clocking together. Put a key to use. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper. Never lost hope you'd come, but weren't sure if they'd last long enough to see it. Says the tribe's been hard on them. Won't hesitate to carve out some revenge on those who hurt them. A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red rail. Here's the second line of defense. Red means danger. Big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel chute. Smack it to get a barrel out of it, then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks slowly. Shoot it and watch it flow. Oh, boom. You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
The guy... La vute ratna fala hutut.
Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe's weapon.
Der genken alle Dubai.
Figures the honor belongs to the tribe, too. Out of Date says he's doing his best to keep up, but from what he can tell, it seems you're making progress with the tribe conflict.
Tolovoya lo yalo batoloyo.
He had a feeling you'd get along with the Myriad tribe, but it remains to be seen what the future holds for your alliance.
Bubuko von Junvun Yudnuluaftula.
You seem to share the same values as the Myriad tribe. You both have the same optimistic outlook on life. At least, for now.
Loma toaha tolovoya lo yalo batoloyo.
But Out of Date emphasizes that solving the tribe conflict won't matter unless you help make a stand against the World Eaters. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's forebodings are justified. The jumbo puff needs to be taken care of.
Bubuko von Junvun Taimis.
He says the time has come to confront the jumbo puff at the end of the west route.
Taimis.
Gizmo is working on making his Mekton strong enough to endure the oxygen-deprived dead zone all the way out to the World Eater.
Valo alo hero.
You should get over there and see what you can do to help. Things are happening. It's not just anyone that's awake and moving. Wild headgear.
Lavador eller Matzo Peso Soda.
There's news of a Ronin joining the tribe. That must be you.
Ito lugasan.
Didn't have much else to say, so no problem. The board mainly has posts from those that used to work at the chug yard back in the days gone. They don't make much sense these days. Not much more to say about the board, but Gizmo is holed up in the underyard here working on that Mekton of his. The Toxanol Corporation used to run chugger-chuggers out of here, big machines on rails with smokestacks that fouled the air. The rails used to be filled with chugs packed tight with two-leggeds, like guppos in a tin. You're on the right track. Keep your eyes open. Tribes always scavenging for scrap, and the yard has plenty to go around. But they should have stuck to looting instead of playing around with sprockets. This actually feels refreshing. That's the good stuff. workers busy ram-banging the door. This is your chance. Let's see. Yes, you can do anything. The sky's the limit. Now, let's take this back to Earth. Wow, you really took that all the way down to the end. In flames. Biomutant makes your skin crawl. It's a wonder some of these up and downs still work. Guess they built machines better in the past. The spent nuclear fuel that Toxanol dumped in the surf had detrimental effects on the marine habitats, while the overflowing landfills contaminated the groundwater. Combined, this sent their world hurtling on an inevitable road to ruin. I need to brush up on my Wando, but I have a feeling he believes it was you that caused the bang at the yard. Oh, and he says he knows you. You used to call him Gizmo. He gave you the oil-greased hands when he taught you how to upcycle. Gizmo remembers you as a nice kidling, and he can still sense the warmth of your good heart. But Gizmo says how you experience a memory can be different. You know the story, but sometimes the truth it brings is personal. He'd lie if he claimed it was all good. You changed after your Mooma and Popsy passed, and he understands why you had to leave. The old village being a constant reminder of what happened. Gizmo says he also has re-memories from the long gone, but unlike you, he doesn't think of the past, for it's gone. He understands history made Lupa Lupin a big part of your past, your present, and soon, your future. You still believe there's some good in everyone. You still have hope for tomorrow. He says you should know that what's meant to be will always find a way, but history shouldn't consume you. Gizmo encourages that. You should forgive, but never forget. It'll provide some comfort to your soul and keep the memory of lost loved ones in your heart.
Fan that flame!
Wait, no! Bright light blinds! It's dangerous.
I've got all the cold sick burns you need, Dark.
Oh, do you have to insult me over this?
I don't have to, but I want to.
Would like to know if you ever doubt the choices you made on the path that brought you to this point. Would you have been happier going in a different direction?
Why, not dark.
Supposes that's all any of us can do. Hard to believe the world is actually going to survive. Just seemed impossible till now. Grateful to you for coming back and doing your best to change things. You were the only chance they had. Wonders if you liked working with the Myriad. They always seem so centered and so seeking. Figures everyone does. They seem unusually dedicated to finding them. But that's not important now. Gizmo says it's taken a long time to bring the past up to the present, and where you go from here is up to you. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the underyard as he has no protection against the vacuum in the dead zone. So you need to salvage scrap to upcycle the Mekton, starting with the old crate outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the Mekton strong enough to fight the Jumbo Puff. It's the part of the land that suffered most from the apocalypse. It's deprived of oxygen, making it next to impossible for anything but creatures that were most contorted by the contamination. They're short of breath and death to this zone. Better take care. He who half breathes, half lives. That's the leftover you're looking for. No one likes to fall. It only gets weirder here. The chill here makes you shiver a bit. He says that's enough to get the Mekton functional. You'll have an engine, a fuel soaker, a gun, and a gathering net, but no armor, nor enough oxygen supply. He made a suction device so the Mekton can use the black tar as an instant refuel. You can also use it to clear oily goo puddles, so you can pass and access hard-to-get-to areas. He's been working on another project for the Mekton, a cannon, but it needs ammunition, and by that he means the scripts. He says if they're trained right, they'll turn into a distraction for the Jumbo Puff. The best way to find scripts is to go talk to Moog. He knows the ins and outs of every breathing thing left alive after the apocalypse. Unfortunately, this means you'll have to venture farther out into the dead zone than Moog's camp on the steep depot. Once you find Moog, he'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find scripts.
Fruit, typo.
Gizmo thinks he's a little peculiar, but very knowledgeable. He has the ins and outs of all monster and creature whereabouts. The Grease Monkey's Mekton is built sturdy, just like himself. Can you imagine how this place used to look before the dead oil flood? Enjoy the darkness while it lasts. Might want to hold your breath before you head any further. You're about to witness the breathtaking vistas of what's known as the Dead Zone. In the old world, roads like this really led somewhere. Now, most of them lead to disaster. That over there is Steepo Depot, the cliffside that Moog hangs on to.
Botse. Inmo. Diava.
Let's see.
Why ad foodlia haya? O waxu?
This one's impressed to see you out here. He figured you'd be dead by now. Not many are as tough and clever as you must be.
Jamaguda horedatunka.
Claims he goes after the most dangerous game, huge monsters.
Bon.
Moog says that all your power doesn't do you a bit of good if you're not willing to pull the trigger when the time comes.
Giravabasco.
Choosing what to kill and what to spare are the most important decisions you'll make.
E canisalavai?
You might have a steady aim, but you need to be sure that you pick your targets with care.
Botse. Darin mianda kaguno. Intabadam waxu va.
It's hard to make those life or death decisions for others, but someone's got to do it. Otherwise, they'll do it themselves, and you know they'll miss.
Amanka.
Claims he mostly kills whoever he doesn't like.
Kuntu froze eskuku Johanna. Wa.
Says it's wild that the world seems to be coming back, but he supposes that means more monsters for him to shoot.
Wa.
Wonders why you work so hard to keep things alive. Bullets help thin the herd instead.
Como judo papazine.
Says you should give up on working with the stubborn myriad. He keeps trying to put out their lights and they keep putting up new ones.
Baskilka Michael Tagukal.
Says they keep the monsters away. He needs them closer, not farther.
Und Lump.
But enough of that, right?
Witze Njavov. Und Lump. Karota. Nobo.
He says the wildlife, nature, has changed and turned against us. Instincts of survival took over when the world changed.
Over bubuk ad.
He's not sure about their veggie diet anymore, and if it's changed, who knows what it's done with the chemical composition of their body output.
Ikaya Marafka. Tid Mustak Bala.
Right now, though, he feels he's come to a point where he's got a pretty clear idea on the whereabouts of monsters, both tall and short.
Vaksan u intabadan kamaglai. Ikaya Marafka. Tid.
Thinks that it all hangs on the tree of life. When it started to fail, everything changed.
Kunududua.
Moog says you must learn to walk before you can run. It takes practice before you can call yourself a monster hunter.
Sigaya Lama Yaba.
Fortunately for you, he can help. He understands you need to start off with something small before you go big.
Mishako her Hidlo. Vaksa u intabadan.
There's no better place to start than a squip cave. Hunting down a couple of these little critters for yourself should keep you on your toes.
In mo, why adfunu jabe?
Says you stick to the haunting and shots present themselves later. Just watch where this thing's going. Wait, it's the strip hole-up. The place is just filled with critters. Right between the eyes. Bolted shut. See what this thing can do. Every day is a new chance to fulfill your destiny. Once the volatilization from the nuclear waste evaporated, a volatile gas rose through the soil and infested structures, even Toxanol's own buildings. So, in a way, they caused their own death. Oh, idea. Go knock the lid off that sludge truck. It'll fill the place up and you can get up to that entrance there. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match so enough charge can flow through the conductors. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. Drop and load. Line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Two fists of slice-up. Skronky stomper. What a glorious ride. Playtime is over. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework.
Ricardo. Donna. Donna. Hit up. Donna. Fruit, drip, chick, typo.
He says that's enough scripts to sustain the Mekton's claw crane cannon with infinite ammunition. Well done. That's the special weapon he made to store the scripts in the Mekton. It will be strong enough to launch them at the Jumbo Puff. Gizmo's made vehicles before to confront the Jumbo Puff himself, but failed. But this time, it's different. The Mekton will be strong enough to do the job. It's time to put a stop to the World Eater now. Otherwise, he fears the damage it's caused to the tree already will be too much to handle. He asks you to not even think about taking on the Jumbo Puff on foot. You'll need the Mekton to do the job. Take his word for it. There's time to improve the Mekton before you confront the Puff. There are more wreck boxes out in the dead zone with gear you should be able to equip the Mekton with on your own. It's already quite sturdy, but upgrading it will greatly improve your chances of victory. Gizmo wants to help if he can. Untended, the world will go under with time. Guess you'll find out how vicious the Porky-Puff is when you face it eye to eyes. Says you should take care. Gizmo wants to help if he can. Says you should take it easy. time for an electric performance. Hits and it's a fried safe. Down to the stop. Start like a snack, and you'll end up with a ride down the intestinal canal. That's too close to the end station. Better move up and over. Look at you, all pooped out. From this point on, there's no way forward but going back in. Too close to the end station. Better move up and away, or be swept out the bowel. Better pumped out than flushed down. Don't let it happen again. A beat. You know what to do. Guessed it would go down with a throw-up. Can it really get any better than that? He thanks you for dealing with the first World Eater. It's a start. You should go see Out of Date and find out what you can about the machine he's named the Ark. You're good-hearted enough, so you'll have no problem getting him to share the information with you. He trusts you know where to find Out of Date by now. He's always been at the foot of the tree, and that hasn't changed. Gizmo will always make time for you.
Happy hab, Topado.
Says you're...
Raki Dilanda.
Says they've been waiting for you to help them liberate the outpost.
Zulahana Mashallah Mol.
Just keep going while you can and don't stop until all outposts are under your control.
Zulahana.
Says scouts spotted a moth nest close to the outpost. If you destroy that, the moths should infest the place, looking for a new home.
Zulat Kuwijui.
That's the idea. If everything works out as planned, the moths should cause a buzzing tumult. Just get to it and destroy it. You can smell the must down here. Nice shot. No more moth's nest. There go the moths toward the outpost. They're good and mad. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Pants would be the bare minimum.
Kelit not. Tukai la wutte.
He says you did a great job capturing the rival's second outpost. You've earned the privilege of wearing the tribe's colors.
Polo sekada podo.
Believes you'll make them all proud, too. Let's see. There's the tyrant who runs this outpost.
Pipu mayu na mayu. Tule dreoch mau drea mau.
He didn't expect his tribe to lose, as they're the ones that are ruthless. But now that you're working with their rival, he can see why. Needs a logical reason for him to surrender the outpost without a fight. He can recognize the strength of a good argument and agrees it's for the best. He'll surrender the outpost to you. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
Genkin alle lapu era wach.
Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost, and believes the rival is weak enough to engage them at their fort. Says it'll be a relief to finally have it over. There's still time before the dawn. That's the Jadni tribe's fort. Their friendship can be a blessing or a curse. It's up to you. You're either a part of their solution to the tribe war, or part of the problem. Let's see. They've been waiting for you. Taking control of this fort will bring peace between your tribes. You better be. A tribe's fort is a bigger challenge than an outpost. They've positioned a storm tower near the fort that you'll use to get over the wall. However, you need to prop up its wheelhouse first to stabilize the situation. Says you don't have to knock to get inside. already dripping wet.
What's Saramoto?
It's time to set the rival tribe free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to their Sifu.
Are free?
You need to unite the tribes and save the Tree of Life to truly become free. That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. a glory shiny day. That's a pyro sizzler right there. Just get to work on it. Make it frizzle. Scrap. The battering bonker looks like a great way to get through the gate. Bet you just need to knock and it'll open up. That's bonkers. The Jagni tribe wants to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. They want to vanquish the tribes as the only way they can guarantee peace is through supremacy. He didn't expect it would go down this way. It'll be hard to talk your way out of a fight. You shouldn't challenge someone that has nothing left to lose. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands.
Hello?
You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice.
Labu?
He'll leave it up to you to decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but suggests you be merciful. Do good, and good will follow you. Thinks it's a good gesture to offer support to others when you can see that they need it. And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. Your Sifu is pleased. You're one step closer to uniting the tribes. It's a pity you needed to use force to get the point across.
Karamotti.
But he's still concerned about the fate of the world.
Polo sakada puto. Rewere yonke. Drigenkin ala to back.
You can't lose this war. If you get the ending wrong, the effort it took to get there was in vain. A proper ending, however, provides closure.
Polo sakada puto. Karamotti.
He says you've grown so much stronger than when you first met.
Polo sakada puto.
You know better than anyone that the fate of the world is still at stake. You need a world where everyone is guided only by their conscience.
Kalau la fanen aginkan man. Gula mamose.
That little voice inside that lets you know right from wrong. Don't go against it if you want to enjoy life without fear of death. It's the Jagni staff. The plague that... Keep your head in the game. Let's see.
Yangu. Ajitawa. Bauta sare dunyo kwana. Nufni wakni.
Gulpo ain't the easiest tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days. Says it's good to see you again. He's Goop. You might remember him from the old days when he tried to teach you how to swim. Goop says you were always so righteous as a child, and he can still feel it, even at a distance. Goop says memories fade surprisingly fast. We are all pieces of what we remember. It's only together we can remember the story as it was. He knows he's easy to remember. There's no one out there as cuckoo as him. He's one of a kind. Goop says our memory keeps things for us and protects them until we are ready to face them again. He understands you've returned to face Lupa Lupin. That's the destiny you've been carrying within yourself all these years. He says that the catastrophe back then didn't vanquish the good in you. It's still there, as bright as when you were a child. Now the time has come for you to remember and act. Your life is your life, not the story you're told about it. He thinks that's the right thing to do. It's only when you have forgiven that you'll find peace.
Come toward the light.
Slow down. Why would you rush in?
When you see what you want, why wait?
Well, what about being careful?
Pah! Poppycock! Full speed ahead!
Says life on the goo is wide open. You have so many choices of where to go. Some harder than others, of course. Which kind do you like? Hit the open surf, then. The trouble is you can only rely on yourself, at least until you reach a new shore and make new friends. Can hardly believe the world is going to make it. Wonders what that's going to do to the goo. Thanks you for doing everything you could to de-goop the surf. Thinks the Myriad made a good match with you. You're both like sunshine on the surf. Never seen any brighter. Shine on. But hey, back to the goo.
tultua. Vanya.
Knows yesterday is already gone. It's what you do today and tomorrow that'll move you forward. You need to set the past aside, at least for now.
Vishni Orkitik. Mavaniko, Nangu.
He can't leave the Subnautica station, as the pollution has worn down the insulation of his suit. So you must salvage enough scrap to fix up his goo glide, starting with the old wreck box outside.
Mavaniko, Rapiki, Tuisapi.
You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the goo glide strong enough to fight the Porky Puff. Out of Date told him the undersurf was the epicenter of the contamination. This was where it struck hardest and inflicted the biggest change to the ecosystem. Control your destiny, or someone else will. Just a few moves left. Make them count. It's a bit less black out there. Just a few moves left. Make them count.
defenses.
You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework.
Mukamme. Sairuja. Itaku. Onakanuako.
He's got the goo glide functional. You'll have a pull hook and a salvage net, but no armor, and an engine strong enough to break through the thick goo further out. There's debris floating around on the surf that might be blocking your path or needs to be towed. That means you'll need a device so you can get it out of your way. Goop says Gizmo's devised a cannon for the goo glide, but instead of bullets, it flips quacks, squeaky distractions for the triple attentive porky puff, which will give you time to get yourself in position. The best way to find quacks is to talk to Gulp. He has the bearings of the surf archipelago and knows where the quacks like to float. This means you'll have the privilege of visiting Gulp in the Sinky Dink. He'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find quacks. He's not sure, but the quacks are probably a leftover from a cargo surfer that went under in the olden days. The squeaky material must have made them surface when their box broke. Time for a wave ride, I think. Welcome to the surf archipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy goo. You're poking around Hockburg, a prime village. This here is the...
Ja!
Let's see. He's pretty sure he's heard of you before, although the details are maybe a little hazy. He wonders if you have something for him to drink. Guesses he does, but it's a long life in a wild world. Sometimes he's shaken, not stirred. Says you look like you've got a powerful thirst to do something in this world. Good, bad, not really sure, but it seems like you've been drinking in your destiny and liking the flavor. Wonders if you could take the time to help a man slake his own thirst. You'd be doing him a liquid solid. You're a do-gooder, so you know you want to. Either way, he hopes you find a way to wet your whistle before the world comes to an awful dry end and leaves us all thirsting for more. Says life's like a mystery drink. Sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes it's awful. But either way, you can't stop drinking till you're dead. Sure, that's the point. But you can't stop trying new ones, or life gets dull. Wants to raise a glass to you getting the world fixed up a bit. Respects how you always try to help, no matter that the world's fate is hard to swallow. Sees why you joined up with the Myriad. They like a peaceful drink, just like you. Says he sells them drinks. They mostly suck them down on their own. But who cares about them? Says you'd be as bummed out as him if you came for the hot stuff. The Glugmocker, Nimhimbibble, and his favourite radium syrup. That one's even more intoxicating now, aged in truck tankers and all. Without a drink, and radium syrup especially, he can't move, much less think, as the power of his mind is directly proportioned to the quantity of syrup he swigs. That's why he's called Gulp. The drink helps him forget the state the world is in, but it only lasts until tomorrow. The world is still doomed, even if the sun goes up. Figures the real problem is finding something to drink. He wants you to know he has other interests too. He's the Surfipelago's self-proclaimed ornithologist, for example. There are other ways than a cold drink to relieve stress, even in these dark times, and, fortunately for you, he can help. Watching Pippi's flap is calming, but better yet are the ones you can look at and touch, like quacks. Squeezing them is a great way to relax. They're better at floating than flapping, so you should be able to net a few without growing yourself a pair of wings. Says good on you for chatting with Out of Date. Says you'll meet again. The Quack Hollow. It's just lonely. Lockety-locked. There's no time to look back. Too busy moving on. For making a sideways rain of slugs. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Whatever you do it right, or don't do it at all.
Saluja. Tonako.
That's enough quacks to sustain the Googlide flipper with infinite ammunition.
Pawatwika.
Goop says he was there when the Porky Puff took Out-of-Date's leg, so this World Eater has made it personal.
Pawatwika. Onakangako.
After that, Out-of-Date started using his head instead of his legs and came up with the plan on how to best make a stand against the World Eaters, and it wasn't by foot.
Oh.
That's how he got tasked with rebuilding the Googlide.
Hoga.
He seems happy to talk.
Tirami.
Says you're okay by them.
Mako.
Wishes you goodbye.
Yumara.
He seems happy to talk.
Mukam.
Wouldn't be surprised if you met again. It's the Porky Puff nibbling bark. It took quite a liking to the crunchy stuff after munching down Out-of-Date's leg. Unleash the quack. Pay attention. The kingdom quack. Can you feel it? It's the brisk wind of change. Don't let this opportunity slide. He thanks you for dealing with another world eater. You're halfway there. He's got word out of date spotted Lupin and has a feeling your time has come. He hopes you're up for it. Even though you're good-hearted, you shouldn't miss this opportunity to confront the predator. Just head back to the foot of the tree. Fingers crossed Lupin will stay put until you're there. Goop knows he's repeating himself, but can't help talking to you. Understands you have other places you need to go. It's so active out here, the air gets stale down here fast.
Kim Horbe Bekuko Hifar Muk.
Out of date's impressed you made it this far, but there's still so much left to do. The end of the world is still on everyone's minds.
Oloi Bobo Paweg.
You've beaten a path where you have the power to destroy or save everyone. Question is, what you'll do with that responsibility.
Kim Horbe Bekuko Hifar Muk.
He can sense that your heart beats steadily and acknowledges that the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Thinks it's important that you remember who you are and where you came from. Someone without knowledge of their history and origin is like a tree without roots. He promises he'll be there for you. Just come talk to him beneath the tree if you're feeling lost.
Mpa, wherefore, where, Muk. Bebuk.
Out of date says there's a time for everything. And now there's no use thinking of the past, for it's gone.
Ugambun ang ugagad yebromo bufu.
Think of the present because that's where you are. It's time to set your priorities as the one who completes things.
Iboda Kilmok.
If you continue to do good, good will follow you.
Wesa gono potobuata. Nuka nuburak.
If the world really does end, there won't be anywhere to run. So he's prepared for the worst, something he calls the Ark.
Mauya. Cantita duela bofo.
He hopes you're right. He gets that you mean the journey continues either way, but personally he wants the tree to survive.
Kuchai. Hifar befarb.
Out of Date says there's no clear record of the chain of events that changed the course of history and brought the world to its knees.
Cantita duela bofo. Yevofo lolan wofo.
He's found evidence on the Ark, records of a crisis, decades of contamination that permeated the ground and broke its inner core.
Maotoliawahu.
The contamination disrupted what we now know as Ki energy, the life force that runs through all things, living and inanimate.
Tolomawawanya atu awa ya ya.
He's been told the blight affected everything at a genetic level and turned our perception of normality on its head.
Hikobe. Hifar hikobo farmu.
It was only those that changed that avoided extinction, proving that the possibility for survival and renewal was real.
Hikobe. Hifar hikobo farmu.
He understands you are curious about the ship at the foot of the tree. He says it surfaced when the oil broke through the ground.
Tuloya. Vuto lula.
The Ark predates the back-in days, and now, after years of study of the manuals he found inside, he believes he's figured the ship out.
Tuloya. Vuto lula.
The Ark has room for 4 more, and he trusts you'll apply wisdom to your compassion and choose whom to save if the world comes to end.
Luatoluntum. Tamuk gabamuk tab.
He'll keep the seats open, and you are free to invite up to 4 others to join you in the Ark in the event of a cataclysm. Out of Date says the time has come for you to reconcile with your past.
To why?
Lupa Lupin is still staying in the camp where he was brought up. He hopes you'll find the answers you are looking for there.
To lua ba volua.
Even though darkness is a part of your nature, he suggests you try to keep your cool, as the best fighter is never angry.
To why? Ayamu aya.
He'll point you in the right direction, but the rest is up to you. This part of the journey is one you'll have to do on your own. Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains.
Shintuata motihuasa tuloya. Vuto lula.
Out of Date hopes you'll find your way and the answers you were looking for once you're there.
Satuata papkila.
He knows he said it before, but the time has come to put an end to the Lupin's reign of terror.
Kuchai. Hifar befarb. Ayamu aya.
You should get over there, come face to face with destiny. It's going to be you against the Lupin. No rules.
Bubuko von Yunvun.
He wonders what's on your mind.
Yunuluaptula.
Says goodbye to you. Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains. Tread carefully here. This is Looper Lupin's camp. Heroes make for the best stories. It's up to you if you want to be one. Looper Lupin says he's been looking at you. He wanted you to see for yourself where it all started. He was so little when your mother and kin came here to put an end to his mother just because she was different, a hunter. That night, the hunter became the hunted, trapped with nowhere to run. He says your mother showed no mercy, only vengeance. He can see that you're not like your mother. There's something different about you. Maybe you would have made a better decision than she did, and let them be. They orphaned him, left him alone, an outcast and a freak. Looper Lupin says he's been reliving the moment every night since then. He says your mother and her disciples started something that couldn't be undone. They created the monster he would become. He knew his time would come, and he was patient. So, when he got news about your birth, he knew how to get revenge that would last. That's why he spared you that night he raised the village when you were a child. He wanted you to suffer for life, like he had. He marked you for life, so he'd recognize you when you met again, and you'd eventually remember where you came from. Just so. His hunger grew insatiable over the years to come. He tried, but being vegetarian wasn't in his nature, and he couldn't go hungry. But he's never taken a life for the sake of appetite. It's always been about survival, and that our true self is being who we are. A deep look into nature will make you understand everything better, and that natural selection eliminates, and the strongest survive. Fate is for those too weak to determine their own destiny, and now the time has come for you to accept yours. Everywhere.
Fabobe, Mok Kofar, Adu, Awa, Ya, Ea.
Out of Date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
Kotuvon ko kumvun kono, kutuvun poputowe.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Noko in the east.
Honto kontoe bon yevun goja.
Out of Date says that even though he's unsure about your intentions, he hopes you'll support Noko.
Mok bebok. Honto kontoe bon yevun goja.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Noko and making sure she gets what she needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date was spot on. The hoof puff needs to be stopped.
Loma toaha.
Out of Date says that Noko is worried now that the Eastern World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Yudnu luaf tula. Farfarifyo. Tuka kubu.
He explains that Noko keeps a fabled steed that she has planned to ride out to the World Eater, but needs help to get it prepared.
Toledrea ya maoloa.
Out of Date suggests that you should head east as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Kuchai. Hifar befarb.
He's happy to help.
Kuchai. Hifar befarb.
Says talking to you was interesting.
Kulimaite zuma oyakta no sakaha.
Says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to the rival captain.
Legenyuva malebo pelala olamol.
If you can, you should try to convince the captain to give up the outpost and join your cause.
Uitatut.
They're ready to enter the outpost when you are.
Tastoi.
Every step you take towards your end goal will bring you closer to a better world. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lock. And it was spot corrected. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it. Then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks slow. Shoot it and watch it glow. Not move. You're in. Keep going. Here's the second line of defense. good smack. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
Get a
He says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You're one step closer to ending the tribe war.
Get a what a click click.
Says you didn't have much of a choice. The Quirk-Quap outpost. The Netra tribe first beat this into shape. Let's see. How do you get from here to the... Says they've been waiting for you to help them liberate the outpost. Just keep going while you can, and don't stop until all outposts are under your control. There is a high boom team ready to help with taking over that outpost, but it seems their arc shooter is busted. Seems happy to hear the arc shooter will be dropping high booms down on the outpost quick-like. Get up there and get fixing. Look up, not down. The stars never give enough light. Just a few moves left. Make them count. All fixed up. The arc shooters are already gearing up the high moves. Hope their aimers are fixed too. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You're one step closer to ending the tribe war. Says you're in good company there. Let's see. There's the sovereign who runs this outpost.
That's all, Molaha.
He didn't expect his outpost to be invaded, but now that you're working with their rival, he can see why. Not sure if you're likable enough to just give up the outpost without a fight. Says he just realized a peaceful end to this would be best. He'll trust the outpost to you. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a great job.
What?
Says it will be a... The heavy stuff won't come down for a while yet. on to that. They've been waiting for you. Taking control of this fort will bring peace between your tribes. You better be. A tribe's fort is a bigger challenge than an outpost. The plan is to fling you over the wall with a sling lobber. However, he wants you to secure a hard hat first, should anything go wrong. It's better you go and find one for yourself. It can't be too much trouble, though. It's one size fits all. Rain gets any worse, you could dissolve. It's time to set the rival tribe free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to their... Clarifies that rigging the odds in your favor in preparation of the rival's fort is one thing, but collateral damage is another. That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. Control your destiny, or someone else will. The battering bonker looks like a great way to get through the gate. Bet you just need to knock and it'll open up. That's bonkers. The Netra tribe values liberty and is striving to protect freedom. They want to continue with each tribe being responsible for their own and believe that uniting tribes is the only way you can survive. He was hoping it wouldn't end this way. There's no reason to fight instead of uniting. It would be fighting over nothing. He sees strength in you like no one else, but if fight is all you do, he can't stand by you. He recognizes the strength of a good argument and agrees it's for the best. He'll give up the fort to you. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands.
What?
You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice. He'll leave it up to you to decide the fate of the rivals. Thinks it's a good gesture to offer support to others when you can see that they need it. And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted. He's gotten news that the other tribes have realized there are no winners in this war. There's no purpose in antagonism. All three of them believe your tribe has grown strong enough to unite them. It's clear your efforts have been successful. There's light at the end of the tunnel. The tribes are tired of war and will remember the one who brought them peace, whether you decide it'll be now or later. So, do you want to end the war now or continue the crusade? He agrees. Better save your energy for something meaningful. It's the Netra claw chain. Don't let yourself get fuzzled. Who's boss? The Gnote pen. Noko never leaves this place. She's always put the living
Turi
things
kumbala
first.
muma. Brumblele marsa maunundu.
Nooks isn't an easy language, but at least it's manageable. She says she is so happy to see you again.
Pala, Andro?
She wonders if you remember her. She's Noko. She let you ride her Majut when you were a kid.
Turi kumbala muma.
Noko remembers you used to chase around with so much energy and is glad to see you haven't lost any of that spark.
Tropalo.
But that's all long gone now, though. Memories show us where we've been, not where we're going.
Asil natu. Aplitonumuta.
Is sure they'll come back on their own once you stop forcing them. Hopefully not to haunt you, though. You've suffered enough already.
Kanamunta. Kanamunt.
Noko remembers those days too, but she never lets herself wallow in them, no matter how tempting that can be.
Kanaruta. Kanamunt. Anora kapapum.
She sees you're back to buck with Lupa Lupin. Can't see how there's any way to avoid that now. Not for long, at least.
Asana yotpa. Dere?
She says the horrors of your younger days were enough to ruin anyone, but not you. You've got all that cheer about you still.
Kamonu. Beri? Dere? Inyada aldud.
Noko says history is like the trail you've been on. You can walk back down it any time you like, until it's worn smooth. But you get to blaze your own trail from here.
Kudutuku.
Then you are stronger than her. She can't help wanting Lupa Lupin to pay for what he did to her Gnotes, despite the fact it's against her nature.
That's so bright!
Seriously, you like the shine?
You just don't want anyone to get a good look at you.
Dark is stylish.
Lie to yourself all you like, darling.
Inyada aldud. Kanyala notoro.
Asks how many paths you've wandered in the world, and if you ever wonder about what might have changed if you'd taken different ones.
Boila kudo. Kanamunt. Sana yote.
The choices can be overwhelming, but you have to choose, or you just stay where you are. And what kind of choice is that?
Kala. Sana yote.
So happy the world is going to live, would have been crushed to see all the Gnotes die with it.
Kala. Taifanana numa.
Likes that you stood up for the world and spurred your way toward helping it out.
Kanamunta.
Glad you saw the light with the myriad. They always bring a sparkliness to any day, and sometimes the nights do.
Urasa durut.
Says that's only for a little while, and when your eyes clear, you see everything even better than before.
Andro?
But let's not speak of that now.
Kialdo male kanoto.
She has an idea where the Majut might have gone, as there's no other place it likes as much as its own corner of the open wild. She's even named it the Majut Meadow.
Ariaroche nui mumera. Asil natu.
The Majut will recognize the scent you've attracted while being here, so it'll probably trust you enough to follow you.
Boila kudo.
You should lead the Majut back here when you find it. It's going to take time to get it calm enough to be able to ride out to the World Eater.
Vaiseno kasamanwaru.
It's the most magnificent creature she's ever encountered. A creature straight out of a dream or story. We are lonesome animals that spend all our life trying to be less lonesome. You found the Majut Meadow. Watch out for the Majut. trip over what you can't see. Let's see.
Kanaruta Amun.
Now that the Majut is back in the pen, it seems calm, but Noko is still concerned.
Tukonda.
She says the Majut is still anxious, but fortunately she knows just the thing it needs to calm down.
Kanamunta. Kanyala no Toro.
The Majut once found and ate a bonbon gummy by mistake, and that the chewing really calmed it down.
Andro Asana Yotpa. Beri?
She says that you should find some bonbon gummies for the Majut by the crossway. At least, that's where she found some last time.
Anora Kapapum.
It was the mere sound of the hoof puff that started it. She's never seen it so upset. It just ran away before. Look at those notices on the board. Too bad the Gnotes couldn't read them. If you wander around here, you might find Noko. She just loves those Gnotes. Once the power ran out, it made sense to ride Gnotes, and that tradition continued through the years. Nope, you still have to feed them, but food's easier to find than go juice. Watch your step here, and you might find tracks of another traveler. Darkness makes you miss the light. A crossway. This means you have a choice to make. Which way? That looks like the control box handles need to be wheeled to buzz the wires. Wired up and ready to go. Now that's loot. couldn't just be open, eh? When a story comes to you, pay attention. Got to time it right to make them work. Left, right, left, right. Pumping good. Looking better. Gonna need a key of some kind. Cranks like these usually need to be wound to operate the dispenser. Just a few moves left. Make them count. What you see is what you get. Once it's out of the blind box, that is. You shouldn't be surprised if you stumble on more of these. It's an Flick the switches in order to green-light the current and activate the electrons in the panel. Good. The loop is electrified enough to spark. The day can't come soon enough.
Minalagi Mamuru.
With its attention diverted to the chewy bonbon gummy, the Majut calms down. But Noko is still concerned.
Sadurutu, Drumble Marsamambunundu.
She's relieved the Majut has calmed down, but you'll need a heavier sit-tight to ride it than the one she's got.
Amun.
The only sit-tight she can think of that would be heavy enough is one she's spotted mounted on an old-world mecha Majut.
Amun. Domalek.
If she remembers correctly, she spotted it at the Smilo Shopperia while scavenging for treats for the Gnotes. That's not so far away.
Tukonda.
It's a seat you fasten on the back of a mount to safeten up your ride. It can become quite bumpy and risky without. Milo Shopperia. Guests shopping here put a smile on the face. Just a few moves left. Make them count. As the iBox broadcasts, it's hit or miss, but when it does hit, it's usually right in the feels. You're cut off from the world above. Locked solid. Definitely not open. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the frame pump. Now hold on. Sit tight. You need to loosen the bolts without rattling the Mechamajut. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's it. The sit-tight is loose. Time to stop horsing around and get the sit-tight back to Nocco.
Andro, asana yotpa, asadurutu.
Now that the Majut's got a mouthful of bonbon gummy and the brand new sit-tight is in place, the Majut is ready to ride.
Ariaroche nui mumera, domale tuku.
Nocco's been training another fantabulous little critter that'll hopefully become a distraction for the hoof puff when you confront it.
Kala, polakudo.
She's called them glitter moths, and the best way to find them is to go talk to Mito. She's asked him to keep them somewhere safe. You'll find Mito at Bright Light. He's a light-headed fellow, but hopefully he'll remember where he stored the moths. She's noticed the front teeth seem to be a little loose, so you might be able to pull them out with the pull hook. Find us a sunset to ride into. This place is called Brightlight. Meet us close by.
Saikandum.
Let's see.
Saja sendiri desinto.
With the world getting darker by the day, there's not much time left to save it. And even though you've just met, he feels you're bound to play a huge part in that.
Tutosinkutimbo.
Figures that doesn't make it any less worth fighting.
Puitaikatapa. Kaikika kokung.
You found your way through the darkness. You shine like the sun in the sky, but will you use that power to warm the world or burn it?
Kamui.
Hopes you see how much good you can do with power like that, and how easy it is to let it drive you mad. No matter where your path takes you, though, it's important to remember where you came from. The past brightlights the present.
Moftuko. Mofdondon. Tutum.
Wonders if you know how much of an effect you've had upon the world. Your presence changes things like light changes darkness. Did you realize that when choosing where to shine?
Songaindaba.
Says he can see that in the way you brighten everything up.
Tutum da somba.
So happy you know you're helping brighten the world. There's plenty of it that's still worth saving.
Mofdondon. Kantiko tumbo.
Whatever happens to the world, you shone as bright as you could. That matters more than you know.
Tundo pontoja.
Says you did the right thing in taking up with the Myriad. They buy lots of his lamps. That's a tribe that believes in the bright things in the world.
Donko boykin.
Claims he wasn't trying to sell you anything. Now,
Boy.
says he can see by the twinkle in your eyes that you're not here to talk about your allies.
Tutosinkutimbo. Tiba.
He assumes you are here to be enlightened. He can't blame you, as everything just feels dark and hopeless these days.
Tutum joko. Saja sendiri.
There's something about you, like you're knit together. Your fate's connected. What you've said, he feels too. So, why not call him Me Too?
Joko.
He senses you're like the dayfly, living every day like it's your last, afraid that when night comes, it might be proved right.
Tutum.
Believes no one is entirely dark. Even the worst have a spark of good in them.
Da somba.
Mito says he's not only into those who shine bright, he likes things that glitter too.
Tiba. Kopa sa kompo.
He reckons you haven't seen a glitter moth and says it's about time you did. Even though they're nesting near gone grass, they never run out of glow.
Tundo pontoja.
Finding yourself a glitter moth would give you that glimmer of hope you need to continue all the way to the end.
Lonko.
Glows with delight at your bright passion for the light. That's the Vroomer. Go, beastie, go. Check out that day.
Minalagi mamuru.
That's enough glitter moths to make her plan work.
Kanamunt.
She wants you to stop worrying about the paths you've ridden and focus on the inevitable road ahead, the one that leads to confrontation with the World Eater.
Beri, Andro?
The hoof puff is evidence of the duality of evolution, utterly beautiful and grotesque at the same time.
Masanmal.
She means that the hoof puff has had more time to eat at the root as it's been isolated in the Knoopstonies mountains.
Dere, Brumblene Marsamambunundu.
So, based on that alone, she reckons it has suffered as much damage as the northwest root that's hidden beneath the surf.
Ariaroche nui mumera.
It reminds her of the gnotes and, like them, it's hoofed. They're just a lot bigger. Stories keep moving whether you drive them or not.
Biomutant. Why ketawa? Candida duela bofo.
Out of Date says there'll be consequences of the war, but there are more pressing matters at hand.
Yalawa watnawa.
The last World Eater has been left undisturbed with the tree while you focused on the war.
Beboko contabe. Ba lo yualu.
He thought someone with your light perspective and key would have had different priorities and faced the World Eaters before resolving the tribe war.
Ba lo yualu. Bubuko von vunvun.
Regardless, Out of Date is grateful the tribe war is over.
Potawata.
Out of Date understands the road has been rough, but you already know what's left to end this journey, and it'll be tough.
Vunko vuntubo. Balowotoloa.
You're the only one that's strong enough to face the last World Eater.
Mauketo tul atto iamanau.
The future depends on someone with a light perspective to give the world a chance to survive.
Yuba tolowawa.
Only time will tell what the future holds, and if it will bring a lasting peace for those that make it to the end.
Le yayato.
Out of Date says the word about what you've done so far is spreading. The tribes haven't lost hope yet.
Yuba tolowawa. Why ketawa?
He appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's had urgent news from his friend Wiz in the northwest.
Kabobe farhi.
He's unsure about your intentions, but hopes you'll support Wiz.
Tolua lo toloka.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Wiz and making sure he gets what he needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's hunch is real. The Merc Puff is up next.
Tolowoya lo yalobatoloyo.
Out of Date says that Wiz is worried now that the Northwest World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Tolu keta ya wawanawe.
He explains that Wiz is working on an undersurf vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done.
Bilia antuf ilfov ugvuhu vobra boom.
Out of Date suggests that you should head northwest as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Bilia antuf
He's happy to help.
momomboso.
Says you should take it easy. Trip when you're walking in the mountains.
Masanmal.
She wonders if the rumors she's heard about you finding the Ark are true.
Pala.
She's thrilled you found one. There's nothing you can't do.
Polakudo. Urasa durut. Ferena masalapo.
With the world recovering, the Ark would be a wonderful way to see it. So much faster than even her favorite Gnotes.
Kamonu.
Loves that you did your best to help the world rather than hurt it. You could have used much more of that, even before you returned.
Andro?
Any idea who might be joining you on your Arky journeys?
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next. There's a seat open on the Ark should you want to offer it as a gesture of appreciation.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. The only one we'd want to get away quickly from here is darkness.
But you know you can't go on without me. Even if I'm bad company, I complete you.
I think we can finally agree on something. It is better to be alone than in bad company. But best of all is being good company yourself.
Sanna yote.
Feels deeply honored that you'd want her to come with you. An Ark is no Gnote, but she can't pass this up. She's coming aboard.
Sadurutu.
Noko knows she's known for saying things over again.
Sanna yotpa.
Says you're welcome back. The Surge Surf Factory. Keep your eye out for Wiz while you're here. Let's see. Toxanol's mining led to mass deforestation and increased global warming, as nature couldn't absorb the carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas emissions without the trees. These irreversible changes to the climate also contributed to the evolution and modified our genetic code. Wuz isn't easy on the tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days. Says it's good to see you again. He's Wiz. You might remember him from the old days when he let you try his octopod? Wiz remembers you were such a cheery kid, and he's glad to see that light hasn't faded from you, despite the years. But Wiz understands it was a long time ago, and memories get murkier the deeper you go. But says it helps to have friends with you to plumb those depths. He set up camp at the foot of the Tree of Life. It's gotten more difficult for it to find defenseless prey, as it's already eaten most of them. Wiz says our memory keeps things for us, preserves them until we are ready to face them again. He knows you've returned to face Lupa Lupin, and that confrontation is as inevitable as the tides. He's not surprised that the loss of your family could plunge you into the depths forever, but you've always been able to rise like a bubble to the surface, no matter what. He knows that though the tides of history may push you in one direction, you can always lay your own course. He feels you've deserved revenge because of how you were wronged. You've suffered enough to make him pay.
Well, speaking for the Dark, we approve.
Can't believe they let you manipulate them like that.
You're just jealous that you're no good at it.
Who would want to be good at manipulating people?
Winners. That's who.
Asks if you ever think about freedom and whether any of us really has it. Did you make the decisions that brought you here, or are you just a pawn of fate? Maybe that's true for you, but he's not so sure about his own fate. Amazed the world is going to continue on, but happy to hear it. Still so many things to invent. Impressed that you fought so hard to keep the world spinning. Thinks you were smart to join with the Myriad. They have a rainbow of ways to approach any problem. Thinks that kind of diversity brings strength. But that's not nearly as important as this. Wiz says that you should let the past dwell in the depths, but there's something else down there too, gnawing at the Tree of Life. He's named it the Merc Puff. This is why he's tinker-tonkering with the octopod. But the lid got stuck, so he needs a big enough tug twister to open it up and let you a-go-in. He can't leave the Surge Station, so you must help him find a tug twister. There's a wound-up mecha Fingro in the mecha stadium that still has one stuck on its back. Getting that tool will help turn around the situation for sure. It'll definitely help him unshut the hatch. Look at the notices on that board. No one paid much attention to them, it looks like. Wiz should be around here somewhere, probably taking care of his guppos. A surge surf factory was one of the rush. Bolted shut. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Get things done before the darkness falls again. You need to loosen the bolts without unsettling it. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's it. The tug twister's loose. Let's hope it turned the grabbing hand into a helping hand, too. He believed the tug twister would do the trick, but now realizes brute force won't do the trick. You need something slick. Well, he means slick as in greasy, so you can lube the hinges of the lid. He can't argue against the fact your fur's shiny. He says the lid should open if you sprinkle grease it. Problem is, he's all out. He knows his old friend Choo Choo always keeps his grease sprinklers well filled. He should have an extra that you can borrow. He stresses that you should come back as soon as you've retrieved the grease sprinkler. The Merc Puff is crunching bark by the minute. Wiz heard he's currently stranded at the end of the line, so it should be easier to track him down now compared to when he's running rails. You've reached the end of the line. Bet you can find Choo Choo here. The Tree of Life still stands. Choo Choo knew you would make it to him one day. All you had to do was follow the steel path. The rails might be getting rusty, but eventually they all converge on him. Choo claims rails are like rules. If you follow them the way you're supposed to, everything good in life can roll your way. Says you followed the rails to where you need to be, but tracks have switches in them too. The question is then, will you keep on the same track or look for a way to hit that switch? You seem like you're on the right track already. He just hopes you don't get sidetracked onto a darker path. Whichever way you go, he wants you to know that the rails never steer you wrong. Stick to them and they always bring you right to where you're meant to be. Wants to know if you've ever regretted taking one track in life instead of another. If you could go back, would you switch tracks or keep chugging along the one you're on? Likes your sureness, the way you keep at it like a chug-chug with no way to reverse. Seems like the world came out of its rut and is chugging toward higher ground again. Can't thank you enough for hitting the brakes and working to turn the world chug around. But let's not get derailed. Says he's surprised to see anyone this far out, but sometimes the wrong train does take you to the right station. As you can see, he didn't plan to make a stop here, but now that he had to, he's really happy to see you. He says his name is Choo Choo. He's been off track since the world started dying, but he's trained his mind to stay positive regardless of the situation. Figures that's true, but they can get you close enough to most things for most reasons. You can stumble along from there. He's convinced the tracks are like the paths our lives take, and you must deal with the outcome, even if you didn't lay them yourself. This time, though, he was sidetracked and needs a new wing nut to get back on track. Wing nuts are easy to find, as they're fitted on any in-front chugger-chugger out there. The challenge says you're just like he used to be, a one-track mind, but going the right way.
Love the glow of the light.
No. Down! Down! Oh.
All the way up. Crank that glow up to 11.
I'll make you glow.
Too late.
Wheel the control box handles to buzz the wire. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Fired up and ready to go. Step back, world. This beast can move. The Wingnut Chug Tunnel. It goes on forever. There's a lot. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Choo Choo says he knew you'd come through. If someone makes a stop at your station, it's for a good reason, but he understands no one gets their tracks greased for free. He'd be happy to part with his spare grease sprinkler, as he believes it's a great fit for any of your business that needs to be unstuck. He keeps it safe in a box on the handcart, in case of emergency. It's on the cart. He wants to keep it close by. In general, you won't have much time to act in case of an emergency. Choo Choo says you should help yourself to the grease sprinkler. It's a versatile tool from the bygone, a last of its kind, so don't let it go to waste. He's convinced you'll put it to good use, as there are lots of stuckies out there that need greasing to open. Seems glad you think so. You're on the right rail. Choo Choo says he can't wait to get out of this place. Says you'll meet again. You shouldn't worry about smashing up the box. Choo Choo has no use for it now. Choo Choo says he feels strongly about helping his next, just like you did for him. He's convinced there was a bigger reason you met. Sometimes the wrong train will take you to the right place. He believes you've got what it takes to make a difference. He's witnessed it himself. Figures everyone chooses their own path. The longer you ride the rails, though, the easier it is to travel with friends. Choo Choo's thrilled you found the Ark. Just imagine how much faster than a chug that thing must be, and no rails needed. Bets it could fly circles around any chug yard. Makes him dizzy to think about it. The world's on the mend, so no need to leave it. But just think of all the places the Ark could take you. Says he's happy to see the Ark in your hands. Knows you'll go great places with it and do some good. Wonders who you might call aboard the Ark with you.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next. There's a seat open on the Ark.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want...
But you know you can't go...
I think we can find...
After spending a life on the rails, he's eager to ride the skies with you. Just let him pack his rollerboard, and he'll roll aboard. Choo Choo says he's ready to pack up and leave. Says talking to you was interesting. Wiz says that there's no plan to confront the Merkpuff until the octopod is properly armed. He's happy to tell you that the cannon he's been working on now just needs ammunition. He says his old friend Boom makes all things that go bang. There's a rumor that some of Boom's pyro sticks shot off and are out there roaming free. You should keep an eye on the horizon for pyros. If you're fast, you have a shot at catching some of them before they go off. He's a peculiar little fellow that's been fiddling with splodies since he was a kidling. It runs in his blood. Their family recipes pack a punch. Set to ride into. That there is a fume foundry where toxanol processed go-juice. That's a bang plant, where toxanol used to make all sorts of splody things before it blew up in their faces. Yeah, the future is in your hands, so take care of it. Looks like an unbanged pyro stick on the loose. Better catch it before it goes off. tricky to spy dangers nearby. The pyrosticks will cause a bang, but targeting is on you. At least now you have a chance to hurt the Merc Puff where it counts. He hopes so, as there's no Plan B, or more correctly, Plan C. Out of Date has named this Plan B. Plan A was to take on the World Eaters by foot, or flaps in this case. Turns out swimming down there was a bad idea. Wiz has been working on another cannon, but instead of pyrosticks, it squirts guppos. Scaly distractions for anyone with an appetite disorder, and irresistible for the Merc Puff in particular. Seems the best way to find guppos is go talk to Gil. He has a natural sonar and knows where the guppos sub the surf. This means you'll have to go visit Gil at Burblebottom. Find Gil and he'll be able to tell you where to find the guppos. Tells you it's a sort of fish that's able to reproduce really fast, which is a real advantage when you're going for infinite ammunition. Heroes make for the best stories. It's up to you if you want to be one. The best stories are about heroes. This is such a story. Let's see. This is Burblebottom, resident. Happy to finally get to meet you. He's seen a lot of things wash up on his miniature shore, but nothing as exciting as you. Figures it's impossible. As bad as the air might be, the goo is even worse. It must have been upstream only to get to this point in your histo-future. But which way are you going now? With the flow or against? It's crazy hard to flipper against the surf, but you can't save the world if you let it sweep you away. Either way, it's a shame the surf has gotten so nasty. Thinks life is like trying to ride a wave. You need to pick the right one, but you don't really know which one that is until you're on top of it. Better to ride a wave than let the perfect one pass you by.
För any tale. Western Hannelore.
Wonders who would want to. The right wave takes you where you want to go.
Binnaf Tanneman, Ray, Kay.
Can't imagine how wonderful it's going to be to surf on gooless goo. The world is going to live.
Cofintra Bidwitchen.
Can't thank you enough for fighting against the goo.
Pangwail matter.
Happy you ride alongside the myriad. They bring a real shine to everything they work with.
Right way to Clywood Song. Toodly way our furrow.
Thinks that's an excellent point. Riding is life. Work is not nearly as fun.
I know folder. Right way to Clywood Song.
But none of that's nearly as important as enjoying the day, right?
Mehaldi Feta.
He never drank from this pond because of the disgusting things done there.
Western Hannelore. Era.
Even the fish stopped drinking here after the pollution made the surf mucked and the air blocked his gills.
Fest and trip. Penocratish. Siomage.
He figures the Tree of Life isn't drinking either. Or, well, that's not true. He said it does drink, as it has no other choice. It's a tree, but it's forced to drink poison.
Fest and trip.
Figures you're right, but that doesn't mean he has to drink that.
Mein Kräuter och fära. I skall neder y.
His friend Wiz needs guppos for one reason or another, and Gil is ready to point you in the right direction.
Era.
But here, you're only going to find dead ones. He's pretty sure Wiz wants them alive. Well, at least the ones that aren't already rotting.
Gweth toodly way our furrow.
If you head in the right direction, you'll find a clean enough bit of surf to snag yourself some guppos. Then you can get them to Wiz for whatever he has in mind.
Men Finke Forte.
Figures he's always been a friend to Wiz, and now he can be one to you, too. Good ridey beast, no hurty. You can always find some use for rubber scrap. This is Guppy Grotto. The underworld is like a whole new frontier. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Handy. Locked solid. Worth going outside just to see the night sky. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Nothing here has ever known the cold. That seems to be enough guppos to provide the octopod with infinite ammunition. He's surprised the Merkpuff's been able to hold its breath all this time. It's just another proof of the evolutionary change caused by Toxanol's contamination. Being undersurf has meant the Merkpuff has been left alone to munch on the root down there undisturbed. This means the northwest route has suffered more damage than the others. He's sure there's enough time to confront the Merkpuff, but he worries if the world has enough years left to last his lifetime, even if you stop the World Eaters.
Vera full of us in a habel. What?
That was the last of them. You've sealed the fate of the tribe and the tree. It's time for the end game.
Mulakan frifgelf.
You have your destiny. Follow it all the way back to Out of Date. He never told anyone about what's next, but he's sure it involves you.
Galat of fole. All the goose are gonna head ech. Porote nat.
Just continue to stay true to yourself and respect others whatever happens. You've become their pride, the guiding light of the tribe.
Hello?
It's time to return to the tree one last time.
Jim.
He's learned you discovered and activated the last of the arcs. How exciting.
Avarilanto vita penia. Zum bav.
That's the only word that really works for it, he's sure.
Otto emaram altlicorrado.
Just imagine how much more of the world you can see in the Ark, now that the world's still going to be around.
How mandakan.
You fought well for the world. You can be proud of that, no matter what.
Ne antumpo nigarapo. Otto emaram altlicorrado.
Questions if you could possibly have any open spaces left for fellow travelers on that Ark of yours.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help.
Why? You don't need...
If you want to.
But you know...
Menya vea.
Almost can't speak. He's so happy to be joining your voyage. To conquer the skies and everything beyond.
En veo palam uskos.
Wiz knows it's the same old.
Menya vea.
Understands completely. Got word you found the greatest glider of all, an Ark, and it's all good to go.
Mavaniko.
Can't imagine how that would feel, to zoom so fast.
Mavaniko.
Funny that you found an Ark when you don't need to go anywhere in it. The world's still going to be here.
Katanionyana.
Proud of you for thinking about helping before escaping, either way.
Jaida.
Wonders if there are any open seats left in that fancy Ark glider of yours.
So, what we have here is an opportunity.
Why? You...
If you want.
But you know...
Katanionyana.
Feels thrilled to snag a seat in your Ark. Can't wait to glide through the skies.
Laisa de manu. Lamdi osna.
Goop knows he's repeating himself.
Azim botalante.
Didn't have much else to say, so no problem.
Le yayato. Mauketo. Tul atto iamanao.
Out of Date says the signs of the end of the world are everywhere. It seems nature is preparing to take revenge.
Loto lu bayo.
The day of reckoning is coming, and you are invited. He can feel you're approaching the end date.
Tolu keta. Ya wawanawe.
If you haven't decided whom of all like-minded, light-hearted beings you've met have earned a seat on the Ark yet, it's time to do that now.
Tu wawu atu awa ya ea.
Then grasp your last chance to make sure Lupa Lupin stopped for good. The tree settled its score, but it left yours half done.
Tu huaye baluutulu.
He says you need to see Lupa Lupin eye to eye one last time.
Papa mofubak.
He's happy to help.
Yowotulua.
Says you covered the important things already. water trickles from everything. The Sifu is seeking revenge too. He hasn't forgotten what Lupa Lupin did, but he also wants to stop him from attacking his tribe. That the world seems to survive doesn't mean he must. He hopes you agree, even if it goes against your light-hearted nature. There's no room for predators in the world the Myriad tribe is building. But he knows this is your fight. You should handle it. Lupa Lupin's own fear was his shackles, not the roots of the tree. It just changed him. A chance to stand back and let the tribe handle it. Change in your favor. If a friend dies, something inside you can save the Sifu by making yourself a part. tumbles. This is not a prophecy, me telling you about the future. It's you shaping it. Here's a vulgar display. Stronger he becomes. It's time you remember who the real enemy is and stop playing the game his way. This is how it ends. The Predator and the world itself suffering. But at least it's a sign they're both still alive.
So, what we have here is a clear matter of life and death, and only you can make a difference.
That was unexpected, but welcomed. The big bad Predator left for dead. I wouldn't have wanted to miss this for the world.
I think the thing we're really missing here is someone with a heart and soul. The only thing we've got left are those who've lost their minds.
Heart and soul, life and death are one thread. The same line viewed from different sides. It's just that my side is so much better.
Well, Anyone in their right mind can see you're lost. But you're right about the thread. Unfortunately, it's been very dark and has run throughout, taken friends, parents, and now yet another life.
We all make choices, but in the end, our choices make us. There's no peace without forgiveness. It's no better time than now to accept a helping hand. Do you wonder what turn life might have taken if you'd done things different? A left when you went right? A yes when you said no? You've walked the thin line between survival and disaster and haven't lost your balance yet. It's because of you the Tree of Life and the world has been given a second chance. You carried the light in a world full of dark and made a difference in a place that needed change. You allied with the Myriad tribe and acted on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. However, light and dark does simply represent the polarities of life. One can't exist without the other. This isn't the end. Just being surrounded by nature as it heals itself will rejuvenate us. Nature will teach us how to survive. So, trust your conscience to show you the way, and everything else will follow. As foretold, you were destined to split the chains of this world. But you're not alone. You filled the Ark, and those that shared your perspective and gained your trust will accompany you on your journey. Is there a world out there that's better suited for those imbalanced in their light nature than this one? Whether or not, we'll leave your story on record, so those who come after will know you followed your light nature and saved the world. So, when all is said and done, it turned out to be an unusual ending after all. What could be better than ending the story the right way? Ending it your way, a beginning of something new.